And good morning from Easy Bowl in Bluffton, Indiana. This is the PBA Easy Bowl Family Ford at Bluffton Yergy's Barbecue Central Open. Good morning, everyone. I'm Phil Bryla, live. You know me from $2 Phil. Back in the days of Extra Frame and Flow Bowling. Glad to be with you today here on PBA YouTube for this exciting event. One of the first events the PBA is doing on an experimental basis with certified string pins. These pin setters, QubicaAMF Edge pin setters. After watching the practice session yesterday, it's going to be a pretty exciting weekend. I think lots of quality bowlers throughout A and B squads that we'll have for you now and coming into tomorrow's semifinal and stepladder action. Let's get back to the lanes as practice is now finished. We'll get some final announcements from Bobby Jekyll, Central Regional Director, and we will be underway.
Always in. But there's only 3 of us, so.
Yeah, the odds were 6.6667%.
Pretty high.
Pretty high.
Hello, guys.
Okay, got the microphone. Okay, if you can, please make sure your telephones are off or on silent mode before we start bowling. Again, thanks again to the Tackett family. Bowlers, you may now begin your 8 games of qualifying in the 2024 PBA Family Ford of Bluffton Yergy's Barbecue Easy Bowl Central Open.
And we are underway here in Bluffton. This is an event being run under the auspices of the PBA regional program for the Central Region, as Daniel Farish almost gets a messenger to carry. So for those of you that say there's never a messenger, well, he just proved it right there. Just knowing Farish, he always needs a little more muscle in his shots. Gotta give Daniel a little grief when I see him. One of the quality gentlemen in the Central Region for sure. Farish is your bowler A. Your bowler B will be Kayla Crawford. And your bowler C is Scott McIntyre Jr. And the one thing you're definitely going to notice as we go through, more than anything, is the quietness in the bowling center between shots. I mean, it's eerie. It's kind of neat. You can actually have a conversation without having to lift your voice up and be a little loud. You can have, even in the settee area, as you see David Northouse take down the washout. Northouse, he's your bowler A. Aiden Kaufman, your bowler B. And Simon Moat, your bowler C. On 9 and 10. All pairs in play in coverage. So if you want to do what a lot of people do, they follow their favorite player on one tab when we stream on either YouTube or in a lot of our cases when I stream PBA regional coverage, it's on Facebook. They keep their main feed open. And then second tab, their favorite player. We'll go through the field here in game 1. Pace is going to be fast and furious today with only 3 on most pairs. 45 players in the field between the 2 squads. B squad will start today at 3 p.m. Eastern time. And if you're looking for players like E.J. Tackett, Zach Tackett, Kyle Troop, Ronnie Russell, Marshall Kent, Sam Cooley, A.J. Johnson. B squad's loaded today. Some quality week in, week out regional players here, such as Farish, Northouse, Moat, McIntyre here on A squad. Don't count any player out. As you see, Northhouse, not the start he is looking for. As you know, 2 10s. Lane pattern out there this weekend for the players to attack is the 38-foot Wayne Webb pattern. And with the lane surface and the type of oil used here at Easy Bowl, one would expect you're going to see a mix, not necessarily all urethane in play, but you'll see a mix of some players using urethane, others using reactive resin. All right, let's get over to lanes 11 to 14. And 12. Evan Gens, your bowler A. Curtis Baker Jr., your bowler B. And Brent Dowell, your bowler C. Gens off to a hot start, front 4. Over on 13 and 14, Ryan Spear, your bowler A. Nicholas Evans, your bowler B. And Zach Newman, your bowler C. Once again, this Wayne Webb pattern, 38 feet, won't expect with the amount of action these bowling balls have with 22 feet of dry. Some angles can be generated that will assist with potential greater carry percentage. Well, fire ends, unfortunately, for Gens, as he's going to leave himself the 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. Now, once again, this is a regional event, but it will not award a regional title or points towards the Regional Players Invitational points list. And we almost got a messenger that slid in front of the 7-pin on lane 9, so the qualms I've seen from some players saying, oh, they don't have messengers, that type of thing. No, the messengers still happen. We'll see a few throughout the weekends, but from talking to several of the players, especially the tour players like Tack and Troop and that after practice yesterday, is that you don't see as many messengers. You see a lot of deserved half tens. They call it deserved. And, you know, they know what they're bowling at. They seem all right with the fact of, yeah, you have to earn your pinfall a little bit more, it seemed like, from many of the player comments. We'll see how that goes throughout the weekend. And right there you see a bunch of pins pile around the 6-pin. Nothing takes it down. Let's get over to get a couple pairs of single coverage. On 15 and 16, Andrew Halverson, your bowler A, Roy Wisdom, your bowler B, and Chandler Stevens, your bowler C. So with 45 players in the field, we'll have 15 advance to tomorrow's aptly named Advances Round competition. It'll be 8 games of additional pinfall. No match play involved in this event. And once those 8 games are completed for a total of 16 games, we'll cut to the top 4 players for our stepladder final. Tomorrow afternoon. It's scheduled to start about 3 p.m. Eastern time. I would say we would be on time for that tomorrow already. Pace of play. Fast and furious today with 3 on most pairs. Have a couple pairs on this squad with 2. We'll see those pairs once we get to 19 through 22. And Stevens can't get the 4 to go. Over to 17 and 18. Jonathan Dean, your bowler A. Steve Novak, your bowler B. And Kevin Pliley, the third, your bowler C. Pliley clean with a double through 5. And that way you can see he gave that a bit extra on the hand. And Dean, you see right there, not happy with the release on the spare attempt. We'll get back to these players shortly. As you can see, a couple players here on the end, already entering their 8th or 9th frames. Mikey Schleyby, your bowler A. Jacob Balzer, your bowler B on 19 and 20 to start. Brandon Flora, your bowler A. Brendan Sallow, your bowler B on 21 and 22. Now, if you're following a favorite player, as the squad goes along, we'll give you the lane movement after each game here in the main feed, so you can easily switch to. Whatever pair you'd like to follow. So after this game, there'll be a simple 1-pair movement to the right. So the players you see on 21 and 22, Brandon Flora and Brendan Sallow, will go down to 7 and 8. Then for game 3, they will skip a pair and land on the 2nd. So it is a rotation. Not a standard 1 pair to the right after every game. We're mixing it up, bouncing it around, so these players aren't following the same players game after game after game. If you have questions, drop them in the chat. We'll try to answer them as best we can. We do have Neil Stremel, Director of Rules and Equipment for the PBA, on site this weekend, observing the goings-on. And we expect to be sitting in with Mr. Stremel at some point in time during the weekend. So a solid start, 251 in game one here. Jacob Balzer, let's see what Schleybaugh can do to try to bounce back a little bit. Schleybaugh with the head scratch. We'll see here after the spare if he tries a different piece of equipment. Schleybaugh we saw a little earlier this year on the national tour at the World Series of Bowling. Appear in the Cheetah Championship stepladder finals. Unfortunately, didn't advance out of the opening match, but he did give a little excitement during match play with a 7-10 pickup that 5 million people saw on social media after the fact. So a few more people able to learn Schleybaugh's not only name but pronunciation of the name during the World Series, and a little better ball reaction for Schleybaugh. There you saw if the 10 would have stood, something would have came back and removed it from the pin deck. We're going to finish with our players in 7 through 10. Once again, players are moving just one pair to the right after this opening game. So you'll see your players in 7 and 8 go to 9 and 10. Players in 9 and 10 and go to a feed on 11 and 12 and so forth. This is your PBA Family Ford at Bluffton, Yergy's BBQ Easy Bowl Central Open. This is A squad, player movement. And our second game coming up next. I'm $2 Phil Brilo, taking you through the weekend until we crown our champion here in Bluffton. And it's going to be a healthy payout at the regional level for this event. We'll get you that bit of discussion on the prize list. How about that cover? Right there. By Curtis Baker Jr. You saw it over on lane 11, picks up the 6-7-10, slams that 6 into the 7. Beautifully done. And game 2 coming up next.
Yeah, next door. I don't have a choice of my rubber on this. Pin down something strong.
All right, player movement. And our second of 8 qualifying games here on A Squad for the PBA Family Ford of Bluffton Yergy's Barbecue Easy Bowl Central Open. Rolling on. I'm $2 Phil Brylo taking you through the weekend. Oh, and speaking of Yergy's Barbecue, last night, my goodness, that was a quality dinner provided for all the Pro-Am participants. thanks to Yergy's Barbecue. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the Pro-Am last night after you see the toss here. From Brendan Salo. We mentioned Yergy's Barbecue. Every Pro-Am participant last night received some great barbecue from Yergy. So you saw Annie Tackett, EJ and Zach's mom, helping serve the line. Great pros here for that. AJ Johnson, Zach Tackett, EJ Tackett, Kyle Troop, Ronnie Russ, and Sam Cooley. Yeah, it was a good time had by all. And a full house here at Easy Bowl last night for the Pro-Am. It's fun to hang around, talk to some of the bowlers, not just from here, but a lot of them coming in from the surrounding areas, supporting the Pro-Am, supporting the center. And it's always one of the best parts about a PBA weekend, not just for the fans who get to bowl with their professionals, even their idols in some cases, but for the PBA players as well, as they get to give back. Saw Kyle Troop helping a young player out for a little while last night during the Pro-Am. Some advice on their form. Always fun to just, I enjoy just hanging out at the Pro-Am and just watching the interactions between the bowlers and the Pro-Am participants. So we'll get you a scoring update here after one game coming up shortly. You will be able to follow the scores at PBA.com. And once again, you can switch from pair to pair. You have all the pairs available to you in the description of the video that you're watching here on YouTube. But if you want to follow a favorite player, like let's say Mikey Schleybaugh is your favorite player on the squad, you want to keep an eye on him, right-click on 19 to 22 in that playlist in the description and bring up a second tab. Keep us on here in the main feed. So when we have special guests, you can listen in on that. We can give you PBA updates, scoring updates as well. And here we go. Let's give you your update. Game one. Jacob Balzer, 251 to open things up. David Northhouse, 234. We saw Northhouse, too, start open, and got back to 230. Chandler Stevens, 224. Andrew Halverson, 216. And Daniel Ferris, 214, your top five. Just 8 of the 22 2 players on this squad exceeding 200 or better in game 1. Let's see if the players solve the riddle of this Wayne Webb pattern as they move pair to pair. Bring those scores up. Kayla Crawford, 171 her opening game. Got a chance to talk to Kayla when I came down Thursday night. And she's working a recently new job at the American Cancer Society. She's a community specialist. A lot of community work. She's talking about how she was on one of the local news stations at 5 in the morning a couple of weeks ago to help promote an upcoming American Cancer Society event. But it's a job that she's really enjoying. Keeps her off the lanes a little bit more than she'd like. But she's out here shooting it up, and of course, great collegiate player, several years, hit PWBA events when she can, PWBA regional events as well. And her significant other, Zach Tackett, will be on B Squad. Zach keeping an eye on things. Take a peek over on our players on 11 to 14 currently. Northhouse is your A, Kaufman your B, Moat your C on 11 and 12, Gens, Baker Jr., Dowell, those respective positions on 13 and 14. As we mentioned, Northhouse, 234 opening game. And he's Dutch through 3. Here in game 2. Well, takes a lot to come together to live stream these PBA regional events. I've done a half dozen or so already this year. Actually, more than. I think this is the 9th one. Yeah, this is number 9 in 2022. A lot of times we stream on the respective PBA region pages and our host center's Facebook pages. Glad to be able to stream this weekend. Thanks to everyone at the PBA for giving this event an upgrade to PBA YouTube. Know we can reach you a ton more viewers this way. And do us a favor, if you're watching now, share the fact on social media that people can watch some of the best on the PBA Tour this afternoon. It's 3 p.m. Eastern time for free on PBA YouTube. And I want to thank our season-long sponsors that have helped us out with that. First being H5G Brands, their staffer, Gianna Brandolino. You saw her take down $60,000 a couple of weeks ago from Portland, Maine in the PBA LBC National Championships Clash. And to celebrate that, H5G is letting you use the code Brandolino20 for 20% off most everything on the website. Some restrictions apply. H5gbrands.com. Check out Gianna's own design line of jerseys you could have to wear as well. And another season-long sponsor. I just mentioned Brandon Leo took down 60,000 in the LBC National Championships Clash. Tournament registration is now open for those that have either bowled in the previous LBC National Championships, or if you're a Bolero League bowler. And you can get in until November 30th for $100. On December 1st and after, it'll open to the public for an increased entry fee. I'll tell you what, I mean, that's a great benefit when you sign up. After you sign up for the first year of the LBC National Championships, your future years, you get to sign up at a reduced rate. Other national tournaments do not have that feature. You're paying the same thing, if not more, year after year. LBC National Championships, you get in that entry fee early. How about that? The Roller 2 for Curtis Baker Jr. Get your tournament information. If you can't enter yet, get ready to enter December 1st. PBA.com/LBC tournament. And glad to have on back for this event, BowlerX.com. And this month, BowlerX is supporting the Striking Out Breast Cancer Foundation. Of course, they're the title sponsor and beneficiary of the mixed doubles event for the PWBA and PBA tours every July. And right now, with this being Breast Cancer Awareness Month in October, you can donate at the BowlerX.com checkout, and every penny of your donation goes directly to the Striking Against Breast Cancer Foundation. And not only that, but every time they reach $500 in donations, a random donor will receive a new bowling ball, bowling bag, or shoes worth up to $250 of that person's choice. So thanks to BowlerX.com for giving back once again, and check them out. If you have a pro shop near you that sometimes doesn't have certain items able to stock quickly, BowlerX.com, I know in the past I've gotten shoe replacement parts that were shipped free, fast, and received with a smile on my face. BowlerX.com, thanks to all of our sponsors for their support of our regional live streaming all season long for 10 on the Deck Productions. And thanks once again to the PBA for letting us stream this event on their PBA YouTube page. Oh, how did nothing get near that 8-pin? My goodness. Kaufman's going, you gotta be kidding me. Well, pins don't lie. Sometimes you get that little extra entry angle after it gets in the 1-2 pocket in that case for Kaufman. And the ball chops the 5 off the 8, and no other pins were near it to take it down. Hope everyone's enjoying the coverage this morning. If you do have questions about the live streaming, maybe even, I can't believe that there wouldn't be any questions about the new pin setters in play here at Easy Bowl. But if you do have questions, drop them in the chat, and we will do our best to get those answered throughout the weekend. Northall's looking to stay hot. Looking for the Rob Stone pork product. There it goes, 6 kicks to 10. You see Brent Dowell just kind of going, come on, ball, get there. Kept a little light, 2.8. That one a little high for Moat. And a 3.610. Baker 178 game 1 on this pair. Dowell 175. Evan Gens 207 to lead our bowlers on 13 and 14. Oh, how about that? All right, that's a little payback for Kaufman. You gotta be feeling the brakes even out there after that solid 8 the previous frame. Moat 195 in game 1 for our bowlers on 11 and 12. We mentioned Northhouse with 234 after some early struggles. And Aiden Kaufman 170 for the opening game. Kaufman, though, a long way to go this game as opens the first 4 frames. And Northhouse gets the messenger to go in front of the 10. You saw that scout slide head first towards the 10. And there's something you see on a light hit on occasion for Gens as headpin goes between the 2 and the 7, takes the 4 out, takes the 5 out, but somebody forgot to tell the 9 it needed to go as well. And so a little tougher possibility of conversion for Gens here. We're going to hop up to 19 through 22 momentarily as we got a bowler with a hot hand up there. That's what we have this main feed for. We'll follow players with hot hands. We'll follow leaders on a squad. Nice conversion by Gens. As Jacob Balzer, who opened up with 251. And Balzer front 5 this game before the spare open in the 6th and 7th. And Balzer gets that one to just take 10 back beautifully. Schleybaugh in this pair making a bounce back. Schleybaugh started with 168. And Schleybaugh, unfortunately, on an open in the 8th, but that 5-bagger prior to that open can help Schleybaugh get back near the plus after 2. Jonathan Dean, 169 his opening effort. And yet to put a double on the board here in game number 2. Novak, your bowler B. 189 for Novak's opening game. Novak working on a 277 max here in game 2. Kevin Pliley the 3rd. Pliley 208 for the opening effort. Pliley 3 opens and no doubles is going to put him back to the minus. Unless Pliley can find a way to punch the last 6 this game. And that creeps way high, and fortunate to leave just the 4-7-10. I say fortunate because If that 4 would have went, the 710, we always know, is a brutal one to convert. So it takes your conversion percentage from 0.1% to maybe 3% for Pliley. We saw a 6-7-10 made earlier in game 1. Let's see what Pliley can do here. We go relatively straight at it. And just behind the 10. Almost popped the conversion. So you see Schleybaugh is disgusted the shot. In the 9th frame. Did pick up the spare. Schleybaugh can still get to 221. So Schleybaugh will be just under a 200 average for his first 2 games. If we can put all 3 together here in the 10th. There's the first one for Schleybaugh. And the disgust for Dean as comes up light. And the 210 is left. Probably 231 the maximum for Schleybaugh. If you're going to put strikes together in a game, do it in the middle. Give yourself a little room on either side for a potential mistake or two. And yeah, you can tell Schleybaugh was real happy with that one by the time I got to the arrows. So that'll get Schleybaugh right near that 200 average. And Dean continuing some struggles. Oh, cave it in. The wry smile on Schleybaugh's face on the way back. Knows he got away with something on that fill ball. But he's at -1 after 2. And, you know, usually we look at a squad, a 2-squad event, we look at a squad and figure out, okay, what's if we're taking 15, what's 8th place going to be? That should give you a rough idea of what the cut number should be overall after B squad bowls, somewhere near that line. This event, though, however, a little different, as we mentioned earlier, a lot of the star power, I guess you could say, a lot of the PBA Tour regulars that are on the roster, such as Kevin McCune, Zach and EJ Tackett, Justin Knowles, Ronnie Russell, Kyle Troop, Sam Cooley, AJ Johnson, Marshall Kent, Brian Robinson, Zeke Bate, all on B squad. So they still have to bowl the same 8 games on the same lane condition. As these players here in A squad, but experience and talent. And there's a majority of it on B squad. And it's going to be a little tough to fully predict what the cut number might be after A is done. I'm sure there'll be quite a few A squad bowlers sweating things out as Balls are looking to continue the hot run. He was our leader after 1. After shooting 251, and he's going to pop another 250 game onto it this game. 256, the maximum with everything on the fill ball. So game 2 almost in the books. Players here to go to game 3 will be skipping a pair, landing on the second. So the players that you see here on 19 and 20 will be going down to 7 and 8. Slaybaugh and Balzer will be going down to 9 and 10, so they'll stay on a double pair coverage. And everyone else, once again, skipping a pair, landing on the second. Thanks, everyone, for joining us this morning. As we're rolling on with game 3 coming up next for the PBA Family Ford of Bluffton. Yergy's Barbecue Easy Bowl Central Open. $2 Phil Brillo taking you through the weekend. Appreciate everyone spending part of their Saturday morning with us. Once again, B Squad. Yeah, we just mentioned some of the names you'll see on that squad. 3 p.m. Eastern time, your start time. 4B. It's amazing the quiet between shots with these pin setters. It's so unusual hearing normal voiced conversations on the concourse, because with the limited amount of parts in these string pin machines.
Got an oddity for you.
Yeah.
It's a weird kind of quiet. It's a fun kind of quiet. It's a nice kind of quiet between shots. I mean, and then especially, let's say during, I know for league play, open play, you don't have to have the music on at an even higher volume to get over the sound of the pin setters constantly running. No, a little less noise pollution is never a bad thing. I'm $2 Phil Brilo taking you through the weekend. So, no, Joey, so all the other pairs, look in the description of the video you're watching right now for this main feed, and you'll see all the pair feeds. You'll see the links to all the pairs. So right-click and open it up on another tab, so that way you can keep us on here for the main feed with all of our we'll give you score updates, commentary, we'll let you know what's going on in other PBA regionals this weekend, and then you can watch those pair feeds for free as well. And once again, thanks to our sponsors, the PBA LBC National Championships, H5G Brands, and BowlerX.com for helping 10 on the Deck Productions stream this event this weekend. And once again, thanks to the PBA for giving us the upgrade and letting us take our normal regional streams that happen on our PBA regional Facebook pages or host center bowling pages and bringing it up to PBA YouTube for all to view. And do me a favor, let everybody know you're watching $2 Phil for free on YouTube today. If you could share the YouTube page, the PBA, on your social media, I know I greatly appreciate it. I can use all the attention I can get today, to be honest. I want to feel loved on the lanes. So we've got game 3. We'll stay with a few players here in 19 and 20. We've got Spears, your bowler A, Evans, your bowler B, Zach Newman, your bowler C. 21 and 22, Andrew Halverson, your bowler A, Roy Wisdom, your bowler B, and Chandler Stevens, your bowler C. We will get you a scoring update when it comes across the wire. I know Bobby Jekyll, as always, working fast and efficient to get those scores updated. You can also go to the PBA homepage at pba.com. And when you're there, in the middle, upper middle of the page, you see the drop-down menu for the PBA Tour. Click down to PBA Regional Tour, and then you can select on the Central Region when you land on the Regional Tour landing page. And then you'll see this PBA Family Ford at Bluffton Yergy's Barbecue Easy Bowl Central Open, and the game-by-game scoring available on that link.
Not a lot of tension, but there's just enough on that string that I think gives you like maybe that much more to catch for deflection.
I got you.
The logic says yes, but I don't know.
Have a few other PBA regionals taking place this weekend. Of course, this event, with it being a, however you want to put it, test event, experimental event, research event is what I like to call it, because they are doing research on these certified by the USBC string pin machines. And they're doing research for acceptance into official PBA competition. They did it in Florida back in May at a PBA 50 regional event. Once again, I use the term regional in quotes because there was not an official regional title provided to Walter A. Williams Jr. when he won that event. Last week in Utah, there was another event on the PBA West region. That was a research event. Saw a nice post by Kevin Williams about his experience in that event. That was at the Jack Jones Memorial Open in Cedar City, Utah. Gabriel Alvarez took down Chase Nadeau in the championship match. Of course, we're going to see a lot of Chase Nadeau on the 2025 PBA Tour, as Chase, one of 12 players to take down an exempt spot from the PBA Tour trials at the end of August. And there were a couple tour players in that event. In Utah, Kevin Williams, we mentioned. Bug Kroll, another. As we mentioned for this event. Here in Bluffton. Coming up on B Squad, quite a few PBA Tour players. Bailey Maverick made his way through tour trials as well to get an exempt spot for next year. We've got Kevin McCune, Zach Tackett, Ronnie Russell, Justin Knowles, Kyle Troop, Sam Cooley, AJ Johnson, EJ Tackett, Marshall Kent, Brian Robinson, Zeke Bate. Just some of the players that are, many of those being stars on the PBA Tour, others being full-timers out on the tour, such as Robinson and Bate. Of course, Zeke Bate still riding the high, I'm sure, off of one of the most recent events I streamed at the PBA regional level in Coldwater back in August. $10,000, one of the biggest prizes on the regional tour every year at Playmore Lanes in Coldwater, and Zeke Bate took down a heck of a field there. At the BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxie's Extra Pair. Title match, Zeke Bate took down AJ Johnson. I mean, far from an easy regional to win. You look at the top four in that event. Zeke Bate first, AJ Johnson second, Bailey Maverick third, EJ Tackett fourth. So it'll be good seeing Zeke for the first time since that win in Coldwater back in the middle of August. Here's your two-game scoring update. Jake Balzer taking care of business this morning. We'll get the Balzer in a second here as he's getting ready to step up. Down on 9 and 10. Over to Balzer right now, working on the front three. Balzer 251, 256 for the opening two games to be at plus 107. David Northouse second, plus 72. Brendan Sala third, plus 71. Andrew Halverson plus 50 in fourth. Scott McIntyre uses a 269 in game number two to get to plus 42 and fifth overall on the squad. Novak, Stevens, Flora, Baker Jr., and Gens round out your top 10. Those are the 10 players on the squad that are currently averaging .200 or greater through 2 games. So this win-win pattern, if you found it, you seem to really have it. And if you haven't found it, you're going to need to find it. Yeah, it's not usually after 2 games you see a 100-pin scoring differential between 1st and 10th at any PBA level. But we're seeing it this morning thanks to the hot start for Balzer. Unfortunately, looking at the 4-6-9. So Balzer will try to use that 9-pin to his advantage, bounce it off into the 4. That doesn't happen, hits both with the ball. And an open frame might slow him down slightly. Schleba -1 after his first 2 games. 168 to start, 231 in game 2. Schleba looking for his first strike in game 3 as he's gone 9 spare. And shreds it up nicely for Schleba. Let's check in on Northhouse. Man, it's currently in 2nd at +72. Northhouse, a double and clean, entering the 5th frame. He's your bowler A. Kaufman, your bowler B. Moat, your bowler C here on 15 and 16. And let's check in on 3rd place. Brandon Salo. You'll see Salo stepping up here on lane 12. And we'll stay here for a bit because Salo back-to-back opens to start this game, looking for a double to try to get some pins back. His lane mate, Brandon Flora. Flora at +20 after 2 games. Flora on the front 5 here in game 3, and that one's not a chance. Unfortunately for Salo, the USBC has not certified 70-foot lanes yet. He probably needed a 70-foot lane to get back to the head pin on that shot, leaving the 1-2-4-8. And we'll see what Salo can do here. Should just go right across the face of the 1, 2, and 4. 4-pin should take out the 8. If it's not overcut. No, we mentioned if it's not overcut, something hit it, didn't take it down. And now 3 opens the first 5 frames for the man currently in 3rd and falling rapidly. Daniel Farish, 2:14 to open, 149 in game 2. So Farish looking for the bounce back here. 1 open, no doubles through 5. As that's picked up in the 5th. Scott McIntyre currently in 5th on the squad, +42. Big 269 game 2 for McIntyre to make the nice move up the leaderboard. Kayla Crawford hanging tough. Crawford -27 on games of 171 and 202 through 2. And Salo, yeah, back-to-back whiffs to the head pin. My goodness. Not really. I'm just serious. What you're talking
Yeah, I have that. Yeah, I had a black and one maybe.
Well, you'll be, yeah, you'll try to go in here. Kind of blocks the 10 though. But it kind of swings around and a lot of people do it.
Oh, yeah. That's the one I got. Shot, maybe.
Can't tell.
That's what he told me. That's what
You see right now he paralyzed 5, but that's not how he the ball.
you want that carry, you gotta take it out.
Right.
The 6 feet. Not count on message.
Front 7, here we go. Brenda Flora waking up the pins this morning here at Easy Bowl. Let's take a peek in there on 19 and 20. As Zach Newman stepping up. Looking for the sexy 7th in a row. You're in game 3. Talk about a guy that needs it right now. He's minus 55 for his first 2, 171, 174. So if Newman can go off the sheet here, he put himself back in the positive after 3. We'll get back to Flora when he steps up looking for his excellent 8th in a row, starting with the first frame momentarily. Ryan Spear going for the spare here. Spear sitting at minus 26 after 2. Game's at 168, 206. Hasn't been a good morning for Nicholas Evans. Evans, 138, 175 for Evans' start. Let's get back to Flora. Looking for the excellent 8th in a row to start game 3. Messenger comes across, and you saw the brakes come on. Another head pin where it comes back across the deck like a rocket ship. I mean, it's head first. It's just going dead straight, but because of the entry angle initially from the ball, it's going across in front of the tip pin. I mean, you see messengers all the time that missed 10 pins on free fall pin decks. Ooh, and the mental error on the spare attempt. Florida now leaves it with a maximum of 267. So we see messengers miss all the time on free fall. That one was just unique because, you know, and clean pin decks always help too. Clean pins, clean pin decks. You know, these pins aren't rolling around a ton in oil-soaked backs of machines. I mean, over the years, there's all kinds, whether it's oil from the machine itself or oil that's carried on the lane, it gets on the carpet in the back of the machine that everything falls into. Obviously, with these pin stars being new, there's no oil back on those carpets, so those pins real easy to stay clean. And they are rotated. I know some people go, well, that head pin in a 1-3 and is always going to get beat up. These pin setters actually notify the proprietors after a certain number of frames, I believe it's 10,000 frames, that the pins need to be rotated. And there is a rotation, just like you'd rotate your tires, there's a certain way that you would rotate to keep your tires lasting longer than just leaving them on those 4 wheels for all those miles. These pins will be rotated the same way, and that way the pins will receive an equal amount of wear over the lifetime of the pins. I mean, we've all seen it in bowling centers. You walk in and there's one pin in a rack sometimes that, you know, looks like it went 10 rounds at Mike Tyson before it got knocked out. Seems to sit in those racks sometimes. You're not going to see that with these these string pin setters as compared to free fall, because there's no parts for these pins to get chewed up and caught into. So, I mean, these pins have been in for quite a few months now, and even with the tour that EJ Tackett gave me in the back the other day, these pins look almost, I mean, brand spanking new, and they've got months of play on them already. So back-to-back opens for Flora is going to keep his score reduced by a bit. Let's get back over to lane 19. And Dowell can't get that single pin to go. But still a game in the 260s with a conversion here. And that will get Dowell back in the positive for the event. He's at -31 currently after 2. I'm sorry, that's Newman. Apologies. Still get Newman in the plus. Newman's -55, so a spare here and a full ride gets the +14. So with their third game finishing up, player movement will be skipping 2 pairs, landing on the third. So these players you see here on 19 and 20 with Spear, Evans, and Newman, they're going to be going down to 9 and 10. Bowlers in 21 and 22 are already making their way down to 11 and 12. As the PBA Family Ford at Bluffton, Yergy's Barbecue Easy Bowl Central Open rolls on. Once again, I want to thank our sponsors for the weekend. and all season long with the PBA LBC National Championships. Get your tournament information on that 2025 edition at Bolero Mount Prospect at pba.com/LBC tournament. Entries already open for those that bowled previous editions or are Bolero LBC members. Entries will open to the public on December 1st. Get ready to sign up right away as squads will fill quickly for 2025 in those 7 weekends. PBA LBC National Championships information at pba.com/LBC tournament. H5G brands. Some of the great players you see in their jerseys, including EJ Tackett and Gianna Brandolino, who took down the PBA LBC National Championship Clash in Portland a couple of weeks ago. Use Brandolino's success for your savings. Use the code Brandolino20 for 20% off most everything on the site, h5gbrands.com. And thanks for coming on this weekend, BowlerX.com. Glad to have them back for the weekend. Supporter of the Striking Out Breast Cancer Foundation all through October. You can make a donation after purchase on their website, and you will automatically be entered with that donation. To possibly win a new ball bag or shoes of your choice, up to $250 in value. They do that raffle every $500 in donations. And what a great cause to give to. What a great event in Houston every year to raise money for the Striking Against Breast Cancer Foundation with that mixed doubles event that awards a PBA and PWBA titles. Make your donation this month, BowlerX.com. 4th game coming up next.
I apologize, but do you remember where you shot second 246? I'm sorry.
I ain't gonna lie. It doesn't work. I don't know if I have any room. Throw it in. Wait, fuck. That was dirty.
Yeah, you're not going to ask for any better right there. But it's a matter of this.
That
I literally said, oh, no, look at that.
this pair was gonna.
That's actually a good thing for me.
Thanks for taking the I need that.
Yes, yeah.
Something about my wall. I get super frustrated. I know. There we go. Yeah, your name's Quinn. It was like a win-win for me. Yeah, but I don't know. Started struggling a little bit, tried 15s again, and started doing good again. So I was like, yeah.
All right, we are on to game 4. Let's start you off here in 11 through 14. Andrew Halverson, your bowler A. Roy Wisdom, your bowler B. Chandler Stevens, your bowler C on 11 and 12. 13 and 14, Jonathan Dean, your A. Steve Novak, your B. And Kevin Pliley, the third, your C. On 13 and 14. Thanks for joining us on a Saturday here for A Squad, their 4th game. B Squad. Going to take to the lanes 3 p.m. Eastern time here from Easy Bowl in Bluffton, Indiana. $2 Phil Brylo with 10 on the Deck Productions. Thanks to the PBA for boosting our streams this weekend up to the PBA Bowling YouTube channel. Get you that 3-game scoring update when it comes across the wire shortly. We do have the link in the comments for that live scoring, so you can follow it game by game as well. Once again, the 38-foot web pattern in play. All weekend long from Easy Bowl. So some players have really figured it out, like Jacob Balzer. Other players, a bit of a struggle early on, trying to figure out how to respond to this 38-foot pattern. Uh-oh, somebody wants my opinion? Come on, that never happens. Pickle Pretzels, hey, $2, what's the take on the string pin so far? I'm a fan. I don't think there's a few. I mean, sure, there's a few differences, obviously, between free fall and strings, but they're becoming less and less of an issue now with these certified machines. Obviously, back in the day of what my friend Jeff Riggles at 11thframe.com called carnival strings. Sure. Yeah, when I watch a person that bowled for the second time in their life make a 710 at a holiday Christmas party my wife and I were at, and we were bowling with house balls and house shoes, just having fun. But this is more than 5 years ago now, almost 6. It's that's an entirely different ball game with the carnival strings. These, I mean, you get bad breaks with free fall, you might get a bad break or two with string pins. It's a wash. I mean, you look at some of the video I picked up at World Series of Bowling this year. Chris Barnes had the 4-pin that was actually the head pin coming off the sidewall and standing back up, leaving him a 410. How many times have we seen it where E.J. Tackett had a strike in Anderson, Indiana during PBA Elite League competition that literally the 10-pin slid halfway across the deck before he fell. And then he had another one where on a light hit, the 5-pin got hit by the head pin off the sideboard, and that head pin slid all the way into the flat gutter, or the 5-pin did, slid in the flat gutter before it fell. I mean, you're going to – it's a round ball hitting weirdly shaped skittles at the end of the lane. Weird things are going to happen on occasion. Doesn't matter. I don't care if you put duct tape on the bottom of a pin and try to stick it in place, or a magnet. Things are going to happen. I'm, for competitive competition, the way these machines have improved, and it's not just these QubicaAMF machines. There's a few manufacturers out there that make these string pin machines, and when you have some of the best in the world like E.J. Tackett here with the QubicaAMF strings, Parker Bone III, I was out stringing his scholarship tournament last weekend, and inside his Rev Rates training center, he has 4 lanes of conventional free fall and 1 lane of strings. And the latest lane of strings, he's getting that. It's certifiable. It's going to be certifiable strings because Parker sees what's going on in the world, and if he's running into string pins in competition, he wants to be able to know what he might need to do differently, if anything, to get pins to fall. I mean, it's not like these bowlers are out here changing their entry angles or making adjustments to how they roll the ball or anything. It's still getting to the pocket on a 38-foot PBA regional pattern. It's still not easy to even get to the pocket. I've seen nothing yet this morning where I go, wow, that fell and it shouldn't have, or that shouldn't have fell and it did. So, like everything, and it's not just bowling. I mean, everybody gets – the worst thing people fear is change in many cases. But people that thought they'd never use AI are using AI on their jobs, or to create artwork or create music or do whatever they need to do. So speed readings are miles per hour down lane at the automatic scoring camera. So that's almost 50 feet down lane. So figure out of the hands, usually about 2 miles an hour faster. That's reading it down lane. So let's say for what you see there for the last shot. Actually, let's look at lane 14 when it comes up for Pliley here. I mean, basically just add 2 to the number. I mean, that out of his hand looks like it's about 18 miles an hour. Wow, that's a blower 5.5, 10. So yeah, so I guessed about 18 miles an hour. It showed 16.5 on the camera. So yeah, out of the hands is usually a 2 mile an hour difference due to friction slowing down the ball for 12 feet. I mean, eventually, if there was even if you had a 5,000 foot long lane, if a bowler throws it, eventually friction and momentum would stop the bowling ball on a perfectly flat lane. So, yeah, bowling balls will continue to slow down due to friction until they will eventually stop or be stopped. So that's my opinion. We'll talk to Neil Stremel. Neil's here from the PBA. He's the commissioner of, well, I shouldn't say commissioner of rules and equipment, but he's the manager of rules and equipment. We'll get his official title. I know it has rules and equipment in it. And he's here observing in person this weekend, and he's been very honest with the bowlers, saying, please, if you see something that seems unusual, please tell me. We're going to review. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I'm here. It's not just I'm glad I get to bring this event to the world. I would have been here regardless if it was on PBA YouTube or if I was streaming on my usual, if I was streaming the Easy Bowl Facebook page. I'd still be here because it's a great event. The Tackets are a great family, and I like to stream regional bowling. These guys are the lifeblood of the PBA. There's 4,000 members, and maybe 250 of them bowl a national tour event every year. I mean, my belief is any PBA tour player and PBA regional player, they both deserve their time in the limelight. And even though at the regional level it's only going to be live streaming, it's still a chance to be seen. So I would have been here regardless, but glad to have Neil here this week because he's observing in person, and they're going to look at the video. I mean, that's, if a bowler sees something strange, I've already seen a couple bowlers come up to Neil and go, hey, I had this happen. It's a little strange. You might want to take a look at it. So, but once again, I can take a look at things from the World Series of Bowling that we saw, weird pinfall and such, weird leaves. I mean, like I said, the one that stuck out the most was Chris Barnes having the head pin fall down and then stand up in the 4-pin spot, leaving a 410. There were others I know that bounced around, and this is just part of a sample size. We're going to have more next week. We'll be streaming once again, this time from Foxview Lanes in Waukesha, Wisconsin. It'll be a PBA Midwest Foxview Open presented by H5G. And you'll have another chance to look at a brand new installation of these QubicaAMF pin setters and watch, once again, some of the best in the world take on not just the pin setters, but a tough lane condition as well, as next week at Foxview, that lane condition is going to be the Carmen Salvino, 44 feet in length. So we'll see different equipment being used by the bowlers, different entry angles being created by the bowlers. And that coverage will start next Saturday, October 12th at 9 a.m. Central Time, 10 a.m. Eastern. And that will also be live streamed to the PBA Bowling YouTube channel. So thanks everyone for joining us this morning. Let's see if we can find some hot hands here in Game 4. Yeah, let's stay here. It seems to be the highest hand in the building right now on 11 and 12. With Chandler. No, it's not. It is Chandler Stevens on 11 and 12 with the hot hand. Yeah, Stevens looking for a possible 268 game. Let's give you your score update after 3. King Balzer stays in the lead, plus 117. Stevens' big 254 game in game 3 has Stevens up in the second, plus 84. Northhouse stays in the top 3, plus 83. Scott McIntyre Jr. has used 269 game in game 2 to keep himself at plus 55. Put Andrew Halverson at that same number, but Halverson's got a little work to do to try to stay up in that top 5, as Halverson can still get to 238, but 2 doubles and an open has him pacing at 210. Flora, Novak, Gens, Salo, Newman round out your top 10. Newman at plus 13. So we've got a few players that have really figured out this web pattern. Other players, not so much. Let's see what line Stevens is using. There you go, up the outside boards, right around 7th board, pretty straight through the fronts. And unfortunately comes up a little high, leaving the 4-7. Yep, that's our first tangle of the day on lane 14, so that shouldn't take them too long to figure it out. They got the lane powered back on. Push a button in the back. Curtain comes down, and let's see if we get a full rack. Boom, how about that? Quick tangle, bang, solved. Fixed. No need for anybody to even run him back. When EJ was giving me a tour of the machines on Thursday night, he was showing me the old mechanic call lights they had because it was so loud in the pits all the time. All the constant running machinery, all the pinfall and everything, you couldn't, you know, you'd hear a PA going off. Obviously back in the front of the building. Everybody's been in bowling centers where you hear that out of the back where you hear, that went on lane 13, that went on 13. You know, you hear it over all the machines and bowlers and bowling, and to solve that problem here, they just simply used a light system in the back where just a light would, they get the call at the front desk, and the person at the front desk would push a button for the corresponding lane and let the mechanic know, and the mechanic can run over and find the problem. Fix it, boom, back underway. No need for that anymore. It actually will tell them at the front desk if there's a tangle detected and such, and front desk personnel can keep an eye on it. And from what EJ was telling me, even someone as mechanically disinclined as myself would be able to fix issues on these machines. His spare parts for repair and replacement on these pin setters fits like a 4x4x4 space. It's just amazing. I mean, it's obviously not counting if you had, you know, boxes of replacement pins and such, but the cables, pulleys, assemblies, that kind of thing, you know, everything that's easily fixable on site for maintenance. Yeah, it's a very, there's so much space that's going to be open in the pits. It's a real space and time and money savings for the bowling center owners. So, and the one thing I am enjoying about this weekend, once again, is we see another one of those messengers where it just comes across head first and just right in front of the 10. You know, is that, you know, Neil Stremel, the PBA, is taking this and other string pin test events. I call it, you know, this is a research regional basically. Sure, there's a lot of money on the line. It's $3,500 for first place. That's never a bad weekend's work at all. Load of cash on the weekend is going to be $600. mean, it's more than double the entry fee. It's a pretty healthy prize fund we have here in Bluffton. And so these bowlers, they know what they're getting into coming into an event. They know it's a research regional. They know there's no official PBA regional title or RPI points involved in this event, but it's a nice prize fund and a chance to, be part of the future, of the possible future. That could be with bowling at all levels, whether it's professional bowling. We've already seen it in certified league play with the USBC certifying these and other types of string machines. All the way down to, sure, it's a birthday party. Have fun. And they can change the settings for, if you're gonna have a birthday party, you got a lot of young kids, 5, 6, 7-year-old kids. Some of these kids definitely using bumpers or maybe using a ramp. They're not gonna have a lot of ball speed when that ball gets to the pins. The longer strings, if all the pins just fall on the deck, they would have a little bit of an increased chance to tangle. So, hey, it's not certified league play. Use the recreational setting on the machines and let everybody have a lot of fun. So, I've seen that message so many times. The Messenger will be dead with string pin setters. Well, the Messenger was dead in 1979 when Mark Roth was using yellow dots and cranking it with 150 more revolutions than anybody else on tour. Messengers were a rare thing. So, and we've seen Messengers come back across the deck. Sure, they're just barely missing the 10, but nothing stopping it. It's just the entry angle from the ball and how the pin is rebounding off the sideboard. We see Messengers miss all the time in free fall competition. So, are Messengers dead? They're not dead. They might be on a milk carton occasionally, but they're not dead. And talking to some of the guys and ladies, hey, throw it better. Back in, like I said, back in '79, Mark Roth wasn't carrying Messengers. Or if he was, it was a couple times a year. I mean, you really didn't see Messengers getting out there. I've seen, Messengers at a couple of centers that have installed these. I know the proprietor at Foxview Lanes, Stephen Hayne, who's actually bowling this event on B Squad starting at 3 p.m. Eastern. No, he's shown me a video of Messengers that have carried. He's got a couple of young players here. That are PBA regional players at Trenton Holtz and Peyton Naback and high-speed, high-rev players. They've had Messengers take things down. We're going to talk a little bit more about this with Director of Rules and Equipment Neil Stremel in Game 5. So if you do have questions, for Neil, hey, throw them in the chat as we're finishing up and reaching the halfway point of this A squad. Game 5 coming up next from the PBA Family Fort of Bluffton, Yergy's Barbecue Easy Bowl Central Open. Thanks everyone for joining us on a gorgeous Saturday here in Bluffton. Hopefully it's a gorgeous day where you're at. Thanks for joining us here. All right, we are underway with Game 5. Get you a 4-game scoring update when that comes across the wire. Once again, you do have a link in there for the scoring. I will throw it back up in there momentarily in the chat. There you go. Boom. There's your scoring link. That R2 Sports link in there is for your game-by-game scoring, so you can follow along at home. A couple more questions popped in the chat between games, so gotta love the bots. me give somebody the boot here. There we go. Do I like the idea of LBC being at Mount Prospect again? Or do you think you should move around to other centers? Well, I have to be selfish on that one. Pickled pretzels, because I handle the live streaming the first 2 years of the LBC National Championships, which is a great feature of that tournament. I mean, so many other national tournaments, you go there and you can't even take a picture without somebody trying to confiscate your phone. This way, LBC National Championships, every pair, every game of every squad live stream for friends and family to watch at home that can't make it. So selfishly, with how everything went last year at Bolero Mount Prospect, how attentive and the staff was, how everything ran there. Yeah, I don't mind it being back at Bolero Mount Prospect. Should it move every year or two? I think it may get to that point. Yeah, I don't know if Bolero has any centers in the Indianapolis area. Bolero Mafia. Wow. That's a new one. That actually did give me a chuckle. I don't think there's no under the scenes payoffs happening to try to get tournaments at particular places and such. At least for Bolero. But yeah, I wouldn't mind having it, relocate. I hate to say centrally every year, but sure. I mean, nothing wrong with Indy, nothing wrong with St. Louis. Even down into Texas, the north part of Texas, even into Dallas-Fort Worth. Just on the basis of, people can get there. If people can get there in a 3-hour flight or less, or 4-hour flight or less, from anywhere in the country, I think that just helps people want to go to an event. And one of the things I think is grossly understated about the PBA LBC National Championships, I mean, there was $130,000 in added prize money at that tournament this year. $130,000 added, $30,000 plus into the main prize fund for the 8 divisions. And then the $100,000 they bowled for on Fox Sports 1 a couple of Tuesday nights ago, that was all added money. That didn't come out of any prize fund at all. And for everybody to have that chance from all 8 divisions to make the clash. How many tournaments can a 110 average youth bowler bowl and make national TV? I count 1. How many bowlers, how many tournaments can a women's handicap player that averages 160 make a tournament and be on the finals on national TV? I count 1. I mean, regardless if I was live streaming the event or not, I'm an LBC fan. So just anybody can show up on an LBC squad, get a taste of what it's like to be a PBA player at an event. You have to check in. You have to record your bowling balls that you use on your scorecard. You have the possibility of Neil Stremel coming down on your pair and checking your bowling ball for legality. I mean, that's not I guess that's really not a positive benefit of the LBC, but they are checking equipment to make sure that, all competition stays fair. They're making sure your Series 6 and 7 purple hammers aren't being used. That could give some players a potential unfair advantage. So yeah, regardless if I was live streaming or not, I'd be a fan. If I was bowling still, been, quote, retired from the lanes for almost 5 years now, I'd bowl an LBC squad every year. Love the format. 6 games across the house. A challenging oil pattern. It's not a PBA. It's not a pattern you see on the PBA tour. Or even the PBA regional tour. but it's still a challenging pattern. And Mount Prospect's a challenging bowling center. We saw that during the Illinois Open on the PBA Tour in 2024 when Marshall Kent took down that title. And we saw it all during the LBC National Championships. And scores were down a little bit from when it was at Bolero Wauwatosa the first year. Oh, Vicky, glad you're able to watch the streaming. So yeah, I know it's Helene just made the Southeast just a tough place to be right now, and I've got friends down that way that were lucky enough to get power back by Tuesday this week. I know there's some people are still saying even by next week Tuesday they may not have power. I know there's a bunch of line crews from across the country that have gone down there. I've got a friend of mine from Wisconsin that went immediately after the storm and has been working 16-hour days constantly trying to get everybody's power back. And the roads are impassable. Guppy Troop was talking about his drive up here from Jacksonville, Florida, and how he had to reroute because I-40 through western North Carolina closed, and a couple other interstates and major roads just impassable closed. So it took Guppy a little extra time to get to Louisville and meet up with his son Kyle and make his way here. And of course we'll see Kyle 3 p.m. Eastern time on B Squad, and I'm sure we'll get a chance to talk to Gupp as well, as we got a bit of a tangle here on lane 13, but that should be able to fix itself momentarily. Once again, another neat function of these machines. Boom, there you go, your pins are set. So many times these tangles can be fixed by the pin setter themselves. No need to take a mechanic back there. And workman's compensation insurance, definitely not cheap for bowling center proprietors. These are, there's no danger of someone being crushed by a pin table. I've seen, there was a story earlier this year about a bowling proprietor out in the Dakotas that was working on a machine by himself, no one around, trying to get a bowling center going again, and unfortunately he made a mistake while working on the machine and it cost him his life. There's been other instances of bowling center mechanics getting caught in machinery or having parts fail while they're working on them, and sometimes they're lucky enough to get away with just a minor injury. Other times, it's that's another factor to keep in play. Nobody's going to be crushed by a pin deck. We've had instances where you see little kids start running down the lane. They don't know any better. They just want to have fun. They follow their bowling ball. All of a sudden, if someone's not at the counter to quick switch off a machine, that could be terrible. Sure, a little kid running into the pins, it might not, or having a pin hit them, it might be painful, but it's not going to cause a fatal injury. So another quality factor about these pin setters as well. Let's see. Oh yeah, I forgot about that for the LBC because they changed that this year. For the first year, it was all the exempt players in the top 50 in points had their own squad on the last day of the event for the LBC National Championships. This year, pros could bowl any squad they wanted to. So it's pretty cool when you'd see some of the LBC National players come in, all of a sudden they realize, here's a Stu Williams on my pair, or an E.J. Tackett, or an A.J. Johnson, or a Graham Fa, or a Chris Prather. I mean, how cool is that? I mean, and then you're bowling with them, but you're not bowling against them. You're in your own division, whether it's men's, women's, senior classic, where you're bowling scratch, or men's and women's, boys or girls handicap. You're bowling. What a great story. I went to bowl a tournament this weekend, and I got to bowl with E.J. Tackett on my pair. That's a pretty awesome story to be able to tell. Once again, another great feature of the LBC National Championships. So I know I promised we'd have Neil Stremel this game, but I'm not sure where Neil was. Oh, he's not sure where Neil went to talk to somebody. Okay. We'll get Neil in game 6 for sure. We promise you a Neil Stremel chat sometime here on A Squad. So if you have questions for Neil about why he's here, about what he does, about what he's looking for with this research regional. I like that. I'm sticking with it. I'm sticking with research regional because that's what Neil Stremel is doing here. He's doing research to see at what, if any, levels of PBA competition these pins may be used for in PBA competition. No, they're not just, they never just rubber stamp anything with the PBA. They do their research. Sure, and like any research, people are going to try to pull flaws or steer that research for their own narrative. But, you know, the narrative for what Neil's doing is to keep competition fair and equal for all players. Now, sometimes, you know, playing conditions can change that. Number of lefties, number of righties, urethane, you know, there's all kinds of other factors that can change that. But when you look at the basics that are used in this game with the balls, the pins, the equipment, you know, there's players making their living on the PBA tour at the highest level on the national tour, and playing conditions and factors need to be equalized whenever possible, and that's one of Neil's duties with his job, is to make sure that happens. And in my opinion, I think Neil's done a quality job of that. He did that back in his days at the USBC. I remember when Neil was working for USBC at the headquarters in Milwaukee, and that was actually back in the WIBC days, in the research center in Greendale. I managed the bowling center about 2 miles away, and we ran some of the first sport bowling test leagues. We used to run pin tests. We ran tests for pins that were synthetic. That didn't get approved in the end. I remember I still have one of those pins. I'm not supposed to have it. I still have it. I think the statute of limitations is passed. I don't think Neil's going to. Well, he never asked for it back. So it's done. We gave him all the other pins back. We just had a couple of extras. Maybe I'll get that out to the Bill Chrisman memory lane out in Utah. I'll have to get a hold of somebody out there. I can't wait to get out there. I know you have to schedule your particular visits. It's not open certain times or days. But just the history of bowling you're going to be able to see in that building is going to be phenomenal. And one of these days, yeah, now that it's open to the public, when I make my way out there. Been to the International Bowling Hall of Fame Museum in Arlington, and this is just another way that bowling is going to be on, you know, the history of the sport is just phenomenal. It's been kept maintained by a couple other parties before Bill Chrisman obtained the collection. All right, we promised you Neil Stremel. We got you, Neil Stremel. Here is Neil Stremel. Neil,
Hello.
Director of Rules and Equipment is the correct title?
Yes.
Oh, beautiful. I finally got it right after 4
You've-
tries.
You've heard me say that a million times in videos.
Yeah, that's very true. I've helped Neil out with some of the Neil Stremel bowling breakdown videos. There's been some really quality ones that you just did with us in Portland that I can't wait for the public to see. And I know the one that we're both looking forward to is the Andrew Anderson one.
Yeah, you do a great job in helping out with that and just making sure we get everything covered. And it's a lot less for me to think about and worry about. And that's not my cup of tea, so I totally appreciate that.
Absolutely, and it's just great to get a different mind. You know, the players have a different mindset when they come in for these bowling breakdown videos because they're not asking to be overly technical. And so
Right.
they know how to explain what they're talking about to the league bowler, that type of thing, which is what the bowling breakdowns are directed towards.
Yeah, you know, most of the pros and the ball manufacturers, you know, they're focused on a lot of the details, a lot of specifications, RGs and coefficient of friction, coefficient of restitution, et cetera, et cetera. And the fact that the people that understand that stuff are typically, you know, 200 to 230 average bowlers, you know, that makes sense, and that's who they're going to spend their time talking to. Well, from a league bowler standpoint, you know, we're trying to get people who are, you know, 150 to 180 or, you know, somewhere in that range, and we want them to take the next step. So when we're talking about bowling balls, we're talking about like when you get your second ball or when you buy your first pair of, you know, your own pair of bowling shoes. So it's, you know, it's for the bowlers who are just in the sport. They're maybe in one league, and we're trying to help them take the next step and give them answers, and hopefully that helps out, and we get bowlers that stick around longer.
Right. So if you're already subscribed to the PBA YouTube channel, you'll see those bowling breakdown videos as they're released. And also another good page to subscribe to on Facebook is the PBA League Bowler Certification page.
Yeah.
Because they also announce the release of those videos on there. And then you also get information on other LBC programs. And you also especially get information on the LBC National Tournament, which is always important. So
Yep.
we're 5 games in. And I've used the term a couple times that this is a research regional, to be honest.
Yes.
Because, sure, the players are under all the other normal conditions they would have for a regional. Obviously, with the bowling balls, they're using the lane pattern that's out there. Just the one thing that's different to anything most of them have seen in the past is that these QubicaAMF pin setters are in play with the string pins. And so what are the basic factors you're looking for when you're watching pinfall right now?
Yeah, so I'll just back up real quick a little bit. You know, as Director of Research and Equipment, Director of Rules and Equipment, excuse me, equipment is usually bowling balls. Like that's what I spend most of my time with and on. But, you know, pin setters is equipment as well. So we did a, you know, PBA 50 regional event down in Florida on string pins, and now we're going to do a couple, you know, regular regional events on these QubicaAMF string pin machines, and we want to see, you know, pinfall. We want to understand what's going on out there and make sure that from a elite level, you know, the PBA level, that everything makes sense, everything falls logically, normally, the way it should. Now, I know when you bowl on free fall machines, you know, you get strikes without hitting the head pin. You know, a lot of weird things happen. I picked up the 710 once when I was practicing, just aiming at the 10 pin, and I only got the 710 out of a full rack. Like, weird stuff happens. And so, you know, everybody talks about on string pin machines how, you know, oh, the string does this, the string does that, and it's all weird stuff. So we expect to see a little bit of uniqueness because you see that on free fall. But we don't want to see too much, too crazy, what have you. We aren't really looking at scoring per se. USBC spent a lot of time on scoring. What I'm really spending the time looking at data-wise is I have all the data from the PBA National Tour from this year, and that's all on free fall machines, and it's all elite level bowling. And so now I'm going to take all the data from these 3 string pin events and basically compare how often is the 1, 2, 4, 10, washout. How often is that left?
Mm-hmm.
Is it left at a much higher rate, a much lower rate, or approximately the same rate?
Okay.
I'm gonna look at every spare that's left.
Now, this center has lane talk, so you're going to be able to import all that lane talk data and compare it to the tour data. So that's very nice at this center, and then next week at Foxview Lanes, where we'll be streaming that as well. You're going to have that lane talk backup, so it's not like you're back here with a pen and a pad trying to count
Thank God.
every 1, 2, 4, 10 that's happening across the lanes. So you have a very quality database system in place for you to compare these numbers to.
Exactly, and so a good point. I'm not going to think of all the details that I need to say every time, so I appreciate that.
Right.
But yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. We have lane talk at all 3 of the string pin centers. We had lane talk at virtually every stop on the PBA Tour earlier this year.
Yeah.
So yes, I have all the data. So lane talk will tell me here's every spare that was left and how many times it was left, even if it was once. So that is key data number 1. And so then I can look at what's left during this event and what was left during the national tour and be like, hey, this one spare was left a lot more often or a lot less often.
Okay.
Let's take a look at that. What does that mean to me? What does that mean to the PBA? What does that mean to bowling? And we'll just evaluate it, and I'm going to put that kind of stuff in my write-up, which I will post once we're all complete. And then similarly, we will take every one of those spares and compare how often was it picked up. So I mentioned the washout, probably because that's one of the ones I'm going to pay particular attention to, because people think, if you wrap the 1 around the 10, when you're picking up that washout, the string will knock it down. And plenty of times when I try to pick up the washout, I wrap the 1 around the 10 and I don't get the 10 and I don't get the spare.
Right.
So we're going to pay attention to how often that spare is made. And if all of a sudden that spare is made 20% more often, we're going to look at that. We're going to have a discussion about that. But if it's approximately the same, then we're going to realize it's not that big of a deal. And so far, from just the quick glance that I've done after just the one event, it wasn't picked up a whole lot more.
Yeah.
It was picked up very similar to the normal national tour. So that string isn't just knocking down that 10, even though the 10 doesn't get hit. I've seen it wrap around and not take the 10 out, and that's the difference between recreational string pin bowling and USBC-certified mode string pin bowling.
Yeah.
The certified mode has longer strings, and so it allows that to go around the 10, for example, and not just knock it down. So anyways, that's the kind of stuff we're looking at. Scoring is a silly thing to look at because we could change the pattern, we could topography in every center. There's just a million things that affect scoring.
Right.
So that would be silly to try to compare that. And like I said, USBC's already spent time looking at that with Bowl Score and some of the other tests they did.
Yeah. For example, last year here obviously still had free fall AMF pin setters, but you couldn't compare that because the equipment the players are using are different, the lane pattern is going to be different, the types of players that are in the building are going to be different. It's a smaller field as compared to last year. Last year was an RPI, so advancer. So obviously they're going to get more players that try to make the way to the Regional Players Invitational Finals this coming year in Reno. There's all kinds of variables that you can't control as a researcher, and you're worried about the variables that are known that you can actually physically compare one to the other. So you're making conclusions, not assumptions.
Yeah, and trying to figure out before we did all this, what makes sense? What should we look at? And of course, everybody thinks scoring, but anybody that knows details realizes that's not really going to tell us what we need to know. So that's what we came up with. Okay, lane talk and what spares are left.
Yeah.
What percentage are they picked up? Let's compare that to the national tour, and that's where we're at. So that's the plan.
All right, people in the chat, throw some questions out there for Neil. We're going to take a short audio intermission here as the players are going to be moving their pairs, and we'll be back with Game 6 coming up next.
Thank you.
All right, Game 5 in the books. Game 6 now, getting ready to get underway. It's such a refreshing quiet in a bowling center between games. I love it. Nobody's hollering. Nobody's screaming. Trying to have a conversation. It's normal voiced conversation. Even Neil Stremel and I here in the booth are having a normal voiced conversation right now. It's a nice thing to have.
Yeah, I almost want to be a little quiet because I feel like if we talk too loud, we might disturb the bowlers.
Which is unusual, no
yeah, which
doubt.
is not something you normally worry about.
So I know I neglected to give the 4-game scoring update. We'll give you a quick top 5 here. Balzer at plus 140, Stevens plus 94, Halverson plus 93, Novak plus 79, and Flora plus 69. Your top 5, we have 9 players overall averaging 200 or better on the squad, Zach Newman being the last of those at plus 23. We'll get you the 5-game scoring update. It shouldn't take too awful long to come across the wire. I'm $2 Phil Brylow. He is DJ Neon White, also known as Neil Stremel from the PBA. If you haven't been to a PBA LBC National Championship squad and heard the opening announcements from DJ Neon White, you are missing out on a fun fact of life, let me tell you right now. So
I tried out a few DJ names, and somehow I'm so white that I'm Neon White stuck because it's a true story.
It's a beautiful thing. If you have questions for Neil, throw them in the chat, and we'll be more than happy to throw them his way and see what happens.
Are you good or do you?
We've had a couple comments in the chat about messengers no longer existing. I just said, well, actually, they're just on a milk carton right now. I've seen quite a few this morning. Actually, I just went down to change a graphic on 21 and 22, and there was a messenger I came across, hit the 10-pin, and the 10-pin wobbled and didn't fall. So, I mean, so the messengers are there, that type of thing. Is that a factor you can actually compare? We just talked about comparing like 1, 2, 4 leaves, that kind of thing. Is that something that's also going to factor into your research? Is that just something that's just a part of play?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see that in the data because if a 10-pin for a righty and a 7-pin for a lefty is left at a much higher rate than normal, I mean, we'll see that percentage, you know, on first ball spare leaves. You could say that's the same thing for the 8 and the 9. So if those are left at a much higher rate, you know, it'll be there. We'll see it. We'll evaluate it. We'll talk about it and decide whether that matters to us or not.
Okay.
And you know, some of the feedback we got at the last event, I've bowled on them myself. You know, it's you know, it just requires a more consistent high flush hit to just consistently carry, especially those corner pins. And you know, we have to determine is that what we want. Obviously, in the PBA, it's the elite level, and we want fairness to be a big part of the game. Power is a big part of the game in the PBA as well. You know, if you want to be watching on TV and have some excitement, you know, that's important to the PBA. So that's all going to be part of the discussion, and I will elaborate as I write that up when we have all the final data. You know, the data we have is from a PBA regional, a PBA 50, excuse me, a senior regional event down in Florida. And so the rev rate and the speed isn't going to be quite the same as this week and next week. So I really need to get through these 2 weeks to get a really good feel for, you know, the effect on all the PBA members.
So here's a comment in the YouTube chat that I'm going to turn into a question. And hey, Bo Burning, Bo, I hope you're doing well. Hope I see you at the Junior Hall of Fame tournament in November in Milwaukee. I made a comment about increasing the weight of the pins, maybe to help change, you know, bring carry down or that kind of thing. Do you know, and maybe we can pose this to the QubicaAMF people in the future, like I was a fan of the gold pins back in the day for the PBA that were slightly heavier, and I think only had one void. You got to see those pins up close and personal, obviously, with your time with research at ABC, WIBC, and later USBC. Could these pins handle a 3-pound, 10-ounce pin? Could these machines handle on the strings? And you know, could that be a factor that maybe would be used in further professional tournaments? Like you can have this, but you need to use this weight pin instead of a 3-pound, 6-ounce pin.
Yeah, so there's a lot of layers to this. So if I get off on a layer and you don't think everybody would like to hear about this, let me know, Phil.
All right. I like nothing wrong with layers, especially in a cake. But anyway.
Yes. So this is a 7-layer cake, but it's a wood cake and not as tasty.
Ooh, splinters.
But so back in the day, I spent 16 years at ABC, WIBC, and later USBC. And we tested heavier pins. We had, Bowl Score, which is a 8270 pin setter, and we went through getting heavier pins to review and just basically try to understand, would heavier pins solve some of our problems in scoring. And I'll leave it at that. Solve some of our problems in scoring. Again, layers that we can't get into all this. But just putting 4-pound pins. So pins right now are required to be 3 pounds 6 ounces to 3 pounds 10 ounces. So the middle of that window is 3.5 pounds, and plus or minus 2 ounces. So that's all the pins today. And I can talk about what they do for string pins in a minute. But we looked at just 4-pound pins plus or minus 2 ounces, and in Bowl Score, because of the way the pins drop onto an 8270 belt, all the extra weight on the table, because you can have 10 of those now heavier pins, sitting on the table and 10 of them on the deck. We ended up reinforcing a few things in that one pin setter that cost me like $800. And I didn't really think much about it at first, but then when you stop and think, well, if you got a 24-lane center, that's almost 20 grand across the house just to hold these heavier pins. So that was going to be a question that we didn't have an answer for. Like, is this going to be worth it? Well, and the other thing was at the higher entry angles, so at 4, 5, 6 degrees, you did not see that big of a difference in scoring. So we use Bowl Score, which has a ramp straight into the pins. You can change the angle and the offset. And so when we were at the angles of 4, 5, and 6 degrees, you didn't see much of a change in that amount of strikes, and we had a way to correlate 10 shots into scoring. Okay. Because Bowl Score doesn't shoot spares, but we had a calculation that we used. But on the straighter angles, you did notice more, more of a difference in the scoring. And then if you take the step further and realize, well, who hits more at a straighter angle, youth, seniors, and they use lighter weight balls. Mm-hmm. So we were using, I'm pretty sure it was a 16-pound ball at that time, and I think Bowl Score uses maybe a 15-pound ball now. We switched that later because 15 became the most popular, but I think early 2000s it was 16 was still the most popular ball. Yeah. Anyways, so if you use 14 or a 12-pound ball, it was a much larger difference. So now imagine putting those into play. You've asked the proprietors to spend 20 grand in a 24-lane center or in a bigger center. And then all the youth and senior leagues are all irritated and mad because their averages go from 160 down to 120. Right. And then all the high average bowlers that are 200, 220, they might drop down to 217 or something, 218. Sure. So they barely see a difference. That was just not going to be a win-win scenario, and basically that went away. So long story, for regular pins, I know with string pins that they looked at adding weight, because you drill a hole in the top of the pin and a little hole in the side of the pin to get that string through there, and you tie it off. But then, now you got the weight of the string in there. You've got the, I forget the name of, at the top of the pin where the string goes in, there's like a plastic rubbery
It's almost
piece.
like a protective piece on the top of the pin.
Yeah.
And the string.
And so you've added that, and so ultimately the difference is virtually negligible. And USBC did a study on that. So as far as the weight goes, currently there's not much difference. But before they kind of did that study, the first thing they did was add some weight to the pin to try to offset what they thought was going to be a loss in the hole. And just trying to figure out how to add the weight caused, I guess, more problems than good. Okay. and I don't know the details on this, so don't I don't
Right.
want to.
You weren't in the USBC Research Center at that point in time.
Yeah.
You were in the PBA Research Center.
Correct. So I don't want to speak out of turn, but from what I understand, that didn't pan out the
Okay.
greatest. And going back to my days at USBC when we tried to add weight, anybody that's like added lead to the bottom of a pin for, like a lumberjack tournament or something,
Right.
knows like it causes, multiple issues, and the pin wants to break apart more. The lead comes out. Now you got
Right.
parts,
Yeah.
metal just strewn about the machine. There's, so they kind of backed off on that. And when they did the other study, they're like, it honestly doesn't really make much of a difference.
Sure.
So that's why they left it where it's at. That's also why they didn't go with heavier pins in the string pin machines.
So, and as you said, with the free fall pinfall machines, they looked at that decades ago, and
Yeah, a couple decades ago.
and it would have penalized more players than, because there's tolerances where it has to affect across all age ranges. I remember we used to do, and when I managed Classic Lanes in Greenfield, we used to do pin tests for you, and there was a certain, you had to make sure that these pins were in on certain leagues, and you wanted all the data from all the leagues and know which teams bowled on the lanes with the test pins in, and which teams bowled on the lanes with the certified pins in.
Right.
And you guys would be, down to details. I mean, just making sure everything was correct and we had all our data correct that we'd send you. And it was the same thing with sport bowling. We ran tapes. It was always, here's the tapes. You guys were the ones that read them, not us. And, you made sure that everything we put out there was compliant with what you were looking for so you can make these decisions about the oil patterns and what would consist of sport bowling back in the day. You even had it where we could use, back in the day, particle bowling balls. One of our test leagues was you could use particle bowling balls for the second half of the season, but not during the first. It was just neat to see and be a part of that because, you see where the research and development teams, not just of USBC and yourself at the PBA, but of these bowling manufacturers, whether it's machines, balls, that kind of thing, all the things they have to take into consideration before they can get a product out to market. So.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into it, and it's very procedure and process oriented. And we did a lot of pin tests. You're right at your center where you were, but we also did lane surface tests at Beloit lanes and some of the other nearby centers there as well. Where like we tested Guardian, we tested Lane Shield, we had obviously synthetic lanes, etc. And it's very scientific. It's process and procedure oriented. You have to make sure. We would go in there, certain centers, when you're first starting up and it's the first time they're doing tests, you got to get in there and make sure they're on the ball and they understand what they need to do. After, Classic Greenfield had been part of the process for a long time, we didn't have to worry about that as much. You guys knew what you needed.
Yeah.
You had a list, okay, this week the pins are in and the test pins are in and the certified ones are out, and then next week vice versa. And,
Right.
So that's how we would handle stuff, and we analyze the scores every week, do an overall average for the year, had to be within +2, -3, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot scientific statistic information that was part of that whole process.
Yeah, it was neat to just be, we were the data givers and you took everything and just did and processed and did the rest of the research and stuff, and it was just always neat to be a part of. I've been told that the grommet is the part of the pin that we were looking for, I believe.
Yeah.
Grommet. So thank you, JG, for the grommet.
Yeah, so that that was part of the kind of extra weight that went in there as well. And if you don't have that, then the top of the pin, it's just a string, and so they bend differently and they actually tangle more, and so that's part of the process and a good add to be part of the process. And
Now, you mentioned about comparing PBA tour statistics on the free fall from the season to these PBA string pin research regionals. Obviously, the really good bowl. If you have a PBA card, you're bowling this PBA research regional, you're a great player. You may not be one of the top 10 in the world like a Kyle Trooper and EJ Tackett, but you're a great player. Is there any adjustment that's made because of the level of player that's in this event compared to what, I mean, obviously, you can't flat out compare it to Tournament of Champions, because look at how many or the, PBA World Championship top 16 or something like that, because that's just, there's some variances in the bowler ability there. But, is that a factor that's going to be taken into the player, or is it because these players are PBA members that it's kind of peanut butter spread across the stats?
Yeah, no, you're right. We realize that the PBA Tour, if you are looking at the whole year, like, that is the best of the best, better than the top 1%. It's even higher than that. So we understand that. So if we're taking an evaluation of, okay, this pin is left, 10% of the time, and now these guys leave it 12% of the time, we're going to realize that, well, it's probably because of the quality of the player. But you start getting to the point where it was left 10% of the time for the national touring pros, but then here it's 20% of the time. Right now, now you're kind of beyond the difference in the quality of the players, and there's something else going on there. So, if it's fairly close, I mean, the string pin data is going to be, kind of limited, but we have a good variety, and we have a good quantity that will be able to do the evaluation. But obviously, the quality is very, very close, but not quite the same. And that's definitely just going to be part of the evaluation whenever we see anything strange, because it goes the other way too. If something is picked up, at a lower rate, a higher rate or a lower rate, we're going to evaluate both of that. If the difference between the national tour and these three events is different on either side, on being picked up too easily or not being picked up at all, or being left more often or less often, that's when we're going to just stop, and I'm going to document each of those, and we're going to discuss each one individually, and then just basically make a decision, like, why do we think it happened, and is it important to us or not? Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely makes sense. Great cover there on the 3-4-6-7 by Kayla Crawford.
Yeah, I saw that.
And once again, that's just another piece of data. How many times was the 3-4-6-7 combination left on tour, and
then how often was it picked up?
Yep, exactly. And that's the thing. You couldn't cherry pick. Let's say, because we've got some PBA Tour stars in this field. Let's be honest. I mean, we've got an AJ Johnson, we've got an EJ Tackett, we've got a Kevin McCune, Kyle Troop, Marshall Kent, Ronnie Russell, Sam Cooley, Zach Tackett. I mean, so there's some solid PBA players there. You couldn't just cherry pick those 10 players out and their lane talk stats for the year, and then just compare it to 8 games from here for just those particular players.
Yeah, I mean, we could cherry pick them, but then the amount of data that you're comparing to in one center on one condition, this condition it's kind of a medium, it's the Albee pattern, and it's kind of a medium pattern, so it's too difficult inappropriate to try to compare to the whole season, which would be on short, medium, and long. So that's why we have 3 tournaments. We'll get enough data. We'll just group it all together and compare it that way.
Yeah, and next week's a long pattern. It's 44-foot Carmen Salvino. So once again, another set of entire data coming in from the 8 games of qualifying every player will have and make their way through. Let's give you a quick 5-game scoring update. Steve Novak into the lead at plus 115, just a pin ahead of David Northouse. Northouse with a nice bounce back after 163 in Game 4, 268 in Game 5. To be at that plus 114 number. Our leader for most of the morning, Jacob Balzer, falls back to plus 100. Chandler Stevens fourth, plus 98. Same number for Brandon Flora. McIntyre, Halverson, Gens, Newman, and Kayla Crawford round out your top 10. However, Crawford at -6, but she's trying to make a charge this game and trying to get up there. And I would say we're taking 15 in tomorrow. I'm honestly with the you got to look at the firepower on B squad. I would say you're probably looking at whatever 6th place ends up with on this squad is probably going to be sweating it out a bit. As B squad, it's going to come in, and we mentioned all the PBA Tour stars that are on that squad, and you can't take away talent and experience or what a possible cut might be. Probably that 220 average right now for Brandon Flora. Probably what it might take to make tomorrow's competition at the rate the scores are going.
Yeah, I agree, and yeah, we got to see what happens the next few games. But like you said, we'll have 8 games today, and then we'll have 15 players. We'll have 8 more games tomorrow, and I'll use that data as well. So that's 8 more games. I'll be able to pull in from 15 players, and we'll do the same thing at Foxview next week. And we already have all that data from Lehigh Acres, Lehigh Lanes down in Florida, about 2 months ago. So
Okay. Well, here's a question out of the chat. How do you account for the change of density of the pin with the void in the center? I'm not sure if they're talking about the void that was drilled out for these strings or just a normal pin with a void.
yeah, so I think I already answered the question of the void for the drilling it out.
Right.
And that was USBC over the last year or two that went through that evaluation. As far as the old pins used to have double voids, and then they weighed. Actually, the rule used to be 3 pounds 2 ounces to 3 pounds 10 ounces, and so you could have lighter pins. Part of the rule was also that they had to weigh. The ABC inspectors had to weigh all the pins in a rack and make sure they were all within 4 ounces. So if you had 3.2 pins, they could be 3.2 to 3.6, and you would have to verify. They would verify that when they did the inspection. But as far as the old voids versus the newer voids, that really comes down to, like the person said, the density. So back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and then I don't know how much into the 80s, if you cut down a maple tree, it was an old maple tree that was probably 100 years old. It was very dense. It had been growing for, better part of 100 years. And so if you made a pin out of that wood, you had to have voids in it to make it approximately 3.5 pounds, because the density would make it weigh too much. Well, now, starting sometime in the 80s, so especially in the 90s to now, they grow the trees, basically. They have fields almost like crops, and they grow them, and they get to a certain size, and then they cut them down, and so they're not near as old, they're not near as dense. And so most of the pins today have zero or no voids in them because they're less dense, and so they don't weigh as much. And so that's why the voids disappeared. Now, the testing that ABC and now USBC did over the years has not changed, and the data that's required to get those pins to pass and be verified year after year has stayed the same. And so even though the density of the pins has changed, the weight hasn't, and they still pass that same test, that same old test that's been used. Like they've had bowl score back when we were in Wisconsin. I was part of the team that moved that machine to Texas, the same machine. And there's been some changes to it, but for the most part, everything is still the same. The data that's required to pass a pin test is still the same, and so the pins really have not changed. They've been one of the most consistent things in bowling. So
yeah, you mentioned the wood density right now, and I remember watching. There's a team at Texas Tech or Texas A&M that does testing on tornado damage to houses, and they actually had to change some of the standards because older houses and denser wood sometimes would have, obviously they would be able to hold up against winds, stronger winds than the newer wood that's not as dense and that type of thing, and it doesn't have as much strength against straight line winds and that type of thing. So it was really neat. It's just one of those things where, hey, okay, here's something about bowling. Yeah, but it actually ties into something else in real life too, where he's not kidding. It's the density of the wood that has changed, and it's done it in the housing industry, and they've had to change how they test structures against wind damage because of less dense wood. So
there's only so many 100-year-old trees, and for the most part they've all been cut down, and we replanted and replaced them as a society. But it changes things. The density changes, and I don't know. It's the kind of thing people don't really think about,
Right.
Until you have to delve into the details of something. There's always more details the more you get into it, and that's just life. And I've learned that in a lot of the testing we've done over the years.
Well, Neil, thanks for sitting in for a game or so with us. We're going to drag you back in this afternoon on B Squad. People have more questions then. We're going to wrap up our Game 6 coverage here. You just saw Chandler Stevens finish off a 258 game. That's going to keep him well within the top 5. And our 7th out of 8 qualifying games for A Squad coming up to you shortly here after Player Movement. Neil, thanks for sitting in. Talk to you more this afternoon.
Yep.
And during the weekend.
Thank you very much.
We're here at PBA Family Ford of Bluffton, Yergy's Barbecue Easy Bowl Central Open.
Really good on 8, and if you get 9 on 7, you should smile. Okay. Is 7 lazy or is it both? Yeah. Okay. So is it one of those is it wet dry? Yes. It's just not one. And 7. Yeah. 8 is pretty good. 7, if I got a little left, I got okay. He's just pulling it up. I got it. Thank you. Yeah. Go with better, hope for the best.
All right, getting underway with Game 7 of A Squad. 8 games in total. Thanks to Neil Stremel for sitting in with us as well, and thanks to our sponsors that are helping us here at 10 on the Deck, bringing the live stream to you on the PBA Bowling YouTube channel. And those sponsors are the PBA LBC National Championships 2025 edition. Already accept the entries if you bowled in previous years or are a Bolero LBC member. Entries to the general public will open up December 1, and get those entries in early because with 7 weekends of competition and those weekend squad times, especially those Saturday 2 p.m. squad times, will definitely fill up in a hurry. If you can't sign up today, put that reminder in your calendar. Get that entry in December 1st. Get all your tournament information on the PBA LBC National Championships and get your chance to be on the PBA Clash in 2025. PBA.com/LBC tournament. Also thanks to our season-long supporter in H5G Brands. That LBC Clash, Gianna Brandolino taking down the $60,000 for first place in the Clash, taking out Chris Prather in the final round. And celebrate Gianna's victory with the code Brandolino20. Get 20% off your order on most anything on the website. Certain restrictions apply. H5gbrands.com. And coming on board, glad to have him back for the weekend. BowlerX.com. Supporter of the Striking Out Breast Cancer Foundation. Every order you make with BowlerX.com this month, you have the option of making a donation. And please take that option for the Striking Out Breast Cancer Foundation. They give to some great cancer research and cancer support charities. And that great tournament, the mixed doubles event that awards PBA and PWBA titles every July, raises thousands of dollars as well. But every $500 that BowlerX raises from your donations, they'll do a drawing for a ball, bag, or shoe of your choice up to $250 in value. So support a great cause. Get your chance to get some great bowling merchandise this month, all through the month of October at BowlerX.com. Thanks to the Sants once again, not just for the support of the Striking Out Breast Cancer, but also all they've done with the PBA Tour the past few years, including this year, host of the PBA Tour Finals. It was on CBS Sportsnet at their Steel City Bowl and Brews in Pennsylvania. And their support of many PBA Tour players as well, E.J. Tackett being one of those. BowlerX staffers bowling this event, same for Kyle Troop, A.J. Johnson, and a few others. Mikey Schleybaugh should be no one's hero. I just heard somebody say Mikey Schleybaugh is my hero. Mikey Schleybaugh should not be a hero. Mikey Schleybaugh is just a man like the rest of us. Let's give you your 6-game scoring update. New leader we've caught at the end of Chandler Stevens. 258 game in Game 6 here in the main feed. And we'll get over to Stevens momentarily as he's down on 7 and 8 this game. Stevens at plus 156, Northhouse and Novak at plus 128 in the tie for the 2-3 spots. Brendan Flora hangs on to 4th, plus 124. Andrew Halverson, plus 112 in 5th. Jacob Balzer, 6th, plus 105. Scott McIntyre, 7th, plus 91. Evan Gens, 8th, plus 65. And then a big drop, which is surprising. Simon Mote at plus 3 in 9th. Daniel Farish, minus 5 in 10th, rounds out the top 10. But right now, that 217 average or so of Balzer's, I'm making an early prediction that could be, what the cut line, the cut number might be. After we're done with the day today, of course, if all things were fair, just and right in the world, we take 7 off A, 7 off B, and 1 wild card. That would be our top 15 for tomorrow, but no, it is the top 15 overall scores between A and B squad that will make mention of competition tomorrow for the advancers round. And that will simply be 8 games of additional bowling. And that'll begin at 10 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. B squad today beginning at 3 p.m. Eastern. And after advancers round is complete, and we have our 16 game totals, the top 4 players will advance to the stepladder finals beginning at 3 p.m. Eastern time, as they'll be battling out for that check of $3,500 for first place. That is a great weekend's worth of work. Yeah, we've seen some interesting turn of events. We've seen Riley Spear go to a two-handed backup style, trying to keep up pace. I'm not sure if Spear's still done that. We've seen Schleybaugh go to two-handed as well. Let's take a peek in on Spear and see if he's still going with attacking the left side of the lane, or if he's back to attacking the right. I mean, that's the one thing nowadays that when bowlers can learn to use all 40 boards of the lane, yeah, he's back on the right side of the lane. Now let's get back to Schleybaugh, and we can see him try to attack this 38-foot Wayne Webb pattern. Schleybaugh, not a good day for him to this point. He's minus 53. High game of 231 in game 2, but low game of 159 in game 5. And he's also had a game in the 160s today. So Schleybaugh just trying to find something here the last 2 games to walk out here and hold his head a little higher. And Schleybaugh not even close to happy with that release. And the hero chance definitely gone away. And it just goes to show that this Wayne Webb pattern is playing tough. Bowlers that are scoring well are doing everything right to deserve that scoring. One of the players doing everything right. We'll get him up here on lane 7 momentarily. There you see Chandler Stevens. Stevens currently double and a spare through 3. Stevens 2 games in the 250s so far today, yet to have a game below 200. And you see the very direct line. It's not about how much the ball hooks, it's about where it hooks. And where that power is generated to get through the pocket with as much force and drive as possible. And that one a little too much force and drive for Stevens as he leaves a solid 4-pin. Well, our research regional here in Bluffton isn't the only PBA regional bowling this weekend. As down in Oklahoma City, at AMF Windsor Lanes, they are having a PBA 50 event. Some big names on that roster with Chris Warren, John Burkett, Keith Lesko, Joe Furpo, Paul McCordick, Pete McCordick, Ricky Schisler, Robert Lawrence, former U.S. Open winner, Rudy Revs, Rudy Kazmaskis. Just some of the players in that event. In the PBA West and Northwest regions, the Klamath Falls Open and the Klamath Falls Legends Classic, both happening for standard and PBA 50 players at the world famous Epicenter Family Entertainment Complex. There's going to be a ton of big names on those rosters. As in the standard division, you've got some players such as Tim Cagle, PJ Haggerty, Chad Lucia. Good to see Rambo Ray back out on the lanes. Craig Tucholsky, Chris Tucholsky, long time, and multiple regional tour winners in that West and Northwest region for the Tucholskys. Getting to the Legends section of that tournament for the PBA 50 players. Kevin Croucher. Hey, good to see Joe Goldstein Jr. back out on the lanes as well. Mike Keogh, David Leverage, Eddie Silva, Curtis Woods Jr., just some of the big names on that PBA 50 side of that event. And there is a PBA RPI qualifier this weekend down in Oviedo, Florida. The PBA Strike It Big Oviedo RPI South Open. Patrick Dombrowski, the defending champion, but Dombrowski had such a good year on the PBA Tour in 2024, he's no longer eligible for the RPI. Some other big names out there, though. PBA Tour titleist Dick Allen, Christian Azcona, Tom Doherty, Gary Faulkner Jr. Hey, how about this? Liz Johnson taking a pop, trying to make her way to the RPI in that Oviedo event. Amleto Monticelli as well, bowling on with the youth, one could say. Nick Pate, he's made his move to South Carolina, bowling that event. Pate has a chance to get there as well, as he did not finish in the top 50 in points in 2024 and missed out on an exemption in tour trials. And how about this? Walter Ray Williams Jr. trying to make it on the kids' side of the equation down in Oviedo, Florida. So, yeah, that RPI, I believe it was supposed to be broadcast by Bowl TV, but I think they had, I saw a notification they had some type of equipment issue. Hopefully they've resolved that for people that want to bounce back and forth between us here in Bluffton and down there in Oviedo. Oil patterns, the Wayne Webb pattern, 38-foot Wayne Webb. for this event. And if you got any more questions, dump them in the chat, especially for a little later today. We'll be back with B Squad. 3 p.m. Eastern Time is going to be the start, so we'll have a couple-hour break here. Obviously, we will have all new feeds for you when we break the stream after Game 8 here, and then start back up at 3 o'clock. But we mentioned some of the names you'll see on B Squad include Zeke Bate, Zach Tackett, Sam Cooley, Ronnie Russell, Marshall Kent, Kyle Troop, Kevin McCune, Justin Knowles, EJ Tackett, and AJ Johnson, along with a player who just earned his exemption for 2025, Bailey Maverick, hitting the lanes, and some other players that you've seen a lot of the PTQs on tour with Benji Martinez, Brian Robinson, and the aforementioned Zeke Bate. So some quality kegling will be happening on that 3 p.m. squad. Let's see what.
My last shot looked just like that, but I left it.
I did that the first spring.
How do you do a cartwheel around? That's the impressive.
I'm sure we'll have some special guests coming in during B Squad as well. We'll get another shot to ask Neil Stremel some questions. See if any of these A Squad players stick around. It's nice to see that they actually do have a player survey. They want the players' true feelings and reactions about what they're bowling on in this tournament. So Neil's going to be asking these players questions. I know that there's representatives here from QubicaAMF, and they're looking for insight as well. And it's nice that true feelings, that the players can express, and zero repercussions if they feel it was good. I'm sure they'll say it's good. There's nothing to be gained or not gained by these players by telling falsehoods on a survey form. So here's how you feel. Let us know how you feel and about your experience blowing on these pins. I'm glad that everybody's asking for player input. Let's see what Novak can do here on the big four. Well, saw a little bounce back towards the front, but into the black void with the 610, not to come out. So wrapping up our 7th game of A Squad player movement and the 8th game of this PBA Family Ford of Bluffton, Yergy's Barbecue. Easy Bowl Central Open coming up. Oh, there's going to be some Yergy's Barbecue on the break. Guarantee it. Absolutely. Guarantee it.
No, that game I definitely feel like one of I'm okay if either.
Realistically, I meant probably 8
Alright, so if I miss, I'm making a payment.
I pulled the other game.
somehow it almost had a transfer.
All right, into our 8th game. Farish, McIntyre, and Crawford. Farish, your A, Crawford, your B. McIntyre, your C. McIntyre was in 7th at plus 91 after 6 games. We should have our 7-game scoring update coming across the wire momentarily. Once again, B Squad will start at 3 p.m. Eastern time, so you're going to have a nice just under 2-hour break between squads. To answer a couple of questions if you need the chat, we've got the Wayne Webb, 38-foot. This does not count as a PBA regional title. This also does not count for points towards the RPI qualifications in 2024. But $3,500 on top and a nice trophy. As I like to call this, the Research Regional. One this week here in Bluffton. Next week, we'll be at Foxview Lanes in Waukesha, Wisconsin. 10 on the Deck Productions, in conjunction with the PBA Regional Tour, we'll be bringing you another set of live streaming on Spring Pins for Research Regional from Foxview Lanes. Looking forward to bringing that. That'll be seen once again on the PBA Bowling YouTube channel. One thing that strings don't matter on, you got to make them either way, single pins. Strings don't get in the way on single pins. Sure, and even Neil Stremel, when we had him in the booth a little while ago, I saw a comment in the chat about things are different. Well, sure, but things are also different. Sometimes pinfall and such are different between 8270s and GSXs and A2s and 8290s and Funk pin setters and US bowling pin setters, and yeah. So, but also strange things can happen on free fall pin setters as compared to string pin setters. Yeah, it's life. It doesn't matter. You change one factor on what players are bowling on, it'll change other things. I don't think the pins necessarily slide more when they're horizontal. I mean, we've seen some messengers come back. They look like darts coming across the pin deck, where it's just the head of the head pin actually coming back towards the 10. We've seen them make contact. We haven't seen one fall on camera yet. I just saw one fall down on lane 11. Player's shot. So, you know, the messenger is coming off the milk carton. It is being seen. We may have to put it back on the milk carton early in B Squad, but once again, you know, messengers happen with entry angles and such. You know, if you have a 1-degree entry angle, you're not going to get a messenger. Neil Stremel talked about, you know, how important entry angle is when they did research back at ABC, WIBC, back in those days before the turn of the century in the 1900s. So, and even to this day, hey, thanks for tuning in from California. Sure, we got a whole bunch of states tuning in right now. Appreciate you joining us for this final game of A Squad. Let's see if we have a scoring update yet for 7 games. And we do. Chandler Stevens, plus 191. Taking care of business right now. 235 in game 7 to get to that total. David Northhouse, boy, you would have watched his first 2 frames this morning. You would have thought, no way, no how, when he started wash out. And he's fought back in a hurry. Finished that opening game with 234, and he's at plus 170 now after a 242 game in game 7. We'll get down and check out Stevens momentarily for our leader. Brandon Flora third at plus 130. Andrew Halverson fourth, plus 119. Steve Novak plus 118. in 5th on the squad, and then scores start dropping kind of rapidly after our next 2 players. Jacob Balzer led for most of the early part of the round. Balzer's last 3 games, unfortunately, though, 160, 205, 186 is Balzer at plus 191, plus 91, pardon me. In 6th, Scott McIntyre Jr. In 7th at plus 86, and then a big drop back to Evan Gantz at plus 14, Daniel Farish at plus 6, and Kayla Crawford at minus 1. Let's go down to 7 and 8. And 9 and 10.
I thought for a second it was going to
Stevens will be stepping up shortly, our leader. Open in the 2nd, looking to put a spare up here in the 4th on a 4-pin. Evans currently well back in the triple digits to the minus, so this will be Evans' last game of competition for the weekend. Zach Newman had a good run for a while, but unfortunately for Newman, 169, 162 his last 2 games, so Newman's fallen back to minus 46. Odds are he will not see any further competition in this event. And Ryan Spear, your bowler A, Spear at minus 74, so if you were to continue to string strikes as he's on the front 5, would not be enough to advance him to Sunday's aptly named Advancers round. Like to see a 300 here. I don't know if they have any type of special award the house here at Easy Bowl would give, as 6 slaps the 10 properly, takes it down, and a front 6 for Spear. He would still receive the PBA $100 award that's given for every 300 game in competition, even though this event would not award a official regional title or official RPI points. All other factors within this event, this research regional, still in play. Yeah, look at the comments in the chat. Appreciate all the comments that you're placing in there. And yeah, it's scary. Bobby Jekyll and I both have voices that carry quite well. Bobby, of course, the central regional manager here, taking care of business this weekend for the PBA. And we were notably just talking after Game 7 completed, and we're like, we really have to watch our voices right now. He goes, it's so quiet in here, you can hear a mouse fart. It's just because, yeah, these pin setters, very quiet when not cycling pins through. Basically, they're off. So the only noise that's being made, the majority of the noise is pins falling and bowling balls hitting the lane. It's weird hearing conversations at a normal voice level during a bowling tournament. But you're able to have that fraction of a second where a pin is actually falling. And it's the loudest noise you're going to hear. And Dex, yeah, we were talking a little bit earlier at Neil Stremel about, pins, lanes. We're going to be talking more during B Squad, and I'm sure, well, I know I'm going to bring up the topic of, how, there's so few centers now with wood lanes remaining, but then when they're replacing, they're obviously not replacing with wood because of cost. We're talking about what it costs, the type of wood you get for a bowling pin nowadays, how different it is, how less dense it is. Could the maple of today hold up against the maple from 60 years ago? Because of growing habits, I guess you could say. These companies that are in the lumber industry that, you know, don't have the dense growth forests that they used to have, and they grow for speed, not for density. So, yeah, we'll talk a little bit about synthetic lanes. We'll talk a little bit more about what Neil and the research and development team at Bolero and the PBA are looking for. Of course, Neil is director of research and equipment for the PBA, and he's intently watching the pinfall right now on the concourse. He's been taking notes. He was open to the players during the roll call this morning. About, hey, if you see something, bring it to my attention. How about that? That would have been a messenger taking the 10 down. If Spear would have left the 10, that one came back across the deck. And that would have given the 10-pin justice. You see guys smiling at him right now going, yeah, hey, how about that? We got an excellent 8 in a row. Tell your family, tell your friends. Here's a chance to watch the first chance at a perfect game on string pins at a PBA regional event. Here at Easy Bowl. Once again, I want to thank the Tackett family for hosting. Also want to thank our sponsors that helped 10 on the Deck get this on the air this weekend. Of course, we couldn't do it without the PBA, and we thank them for the upgrade up to streaming on PBA YouTube this weekend. We'll be on PBA YouTube next weekend as well from Foxview Lanes in Waukesha, Wisconsin for that Foxview Open. The 2025 PBA LBC National Championships entries are open if you bowled in past LBC National events or are a current Bolero LBC member. Entries open to the general public on December 1. Get all your tournament information at pba.com/LBC tournament. And as part of that LBC event every year, you have the Clash. Tom Doherty won it in 2023. Gianna Brandolino won it in 2024. And H5G Brands celebrating Brandolino's takedown of 60 grand in that LBC Clash from Bayside Bowl in Portland, Maine. With that code, Brandolino20 for 20% off. As there's a front 9 for Spear. Almost everything on the site gets that 20% off. Certain exclusions apply. H5gbrands.com. And thanks for coming on board again for this event with Bowler X, their support of the Striking Out Breast Cancer Foundation this month. With every purchase you make at bowlerx.com, you have the opportunity to make a donation. 100% of that money goes to Striking Out Breast Cancer Foundation. And for every $500 donated, those donation names go into a raffle. And one donator will be picked to win a bowling ball, bowling bag, or bowling shoes valued at $250. Check out all the details at bowlerx.com. So we're going to see Ryan Spear coming up on the front 9 here on 7 and 8. I don't think we'll see him going to a backup ball for the 10th frame. We saw Spear using the reverse hook a little earlier in the day. Not a lot of success on that. Then again, who knows? He may have heard me right there, and he might just do it on the 12th ball just to change things up a bit. Spear currently at -74. Bad start with a 168, and then compounded it with a 156 in game 4. High game on the day to this point, 206, only 2 games above 200 for Spear. Let's see what he can do here to get a tasty 10th in a row. The hand swings back, flush. All 10 pits disappearing into the void, no chance of returning to the pin deck that frame. Spear from nearby Beech Grove, Indiana. And once again, unfortunately, not going to be enough to get him to return to competition tomorrow in advances round, but you got to feel a little better about yourself walking out the door on a day of tournament effort that was a little subpar coming into Game 8. Might make the beef and noodles here at Easy Bowl that Andy Tackett's going to be serving shortly for the players and the fans. It's going to go down a little bit smoother. Looking for the excellent 11th. Oh, no doubter there. 6 kicks to 10. You know, you could say, like, back in the old days, the whole center would stop and it would get quiet when somebody was going for a perfect game for 300. The whole center doesn't have to stop now. It's so quiet. As someone's going for 300. It's just the occasional sound of the pinfall, and that's it. All right. I'm rooting for this. I usually don't root from the booth, but I want to see perfection here this morning. I want to see a dead flush strike by Spear. I want to see some high fives. That'd be a great way to end A-Squad qualifying. Gets himself set on the approach. His last chance to throw on this 38-foot Wayne Wet pattern on the day. Those pins perfectly on spot. These QubicaAMF string pin centers. 6 again on the 10. And the first perfect game of the weekend in the books for Ryan Spear. Come here a second, Ryan. Throw that on for me for a second. Let's talk to you real quick. Doesn't matter. Yeah, if you want to move it to that side so you're like this, lefty, that's fine. Oh, yeah, we got it. There we go. All right, let's bring you in here. Ryan Spear, it wasn't the greatest of days till Game 8, but you got to feel a little bit better about the day walking out with 300 on the board.
Yeah, it definitely helps a little. That is the first PBA honor score, so.
Oh, your first 300.
Yes,
nice.
yes,
So
it
you
is.
get.
So.
You get
I now
the
have
ring?
I now have a 300 and an 800 my rookie year, which is pretty cool. Didn't already knock them both out, but
awesome.
So it definitely helps a little, But honestly, I think that game was kind of a good example for how I feel about the strings.
Okay.
So I'm not a huge fan of them at all, and I feel like I had a couple games today on the left and on the right where I had some pretty good ball reaction, and I just kind of couldn't get any consistent sort of hits.
Okay.
So, like, I'd have one face up in the right spot, it would wrap a 10. The next one would face up in a worse spot, and that one would, like, mixer. And then I'd have another one face up earlier, so theoretically the 10 should slap out. That one also wraps a 10.
Okay.
So, I just never really could find the consistency to get the hits to go. And then get down here this game, and I can throw it anywhere and everywhere, and the 10 goes every time. So
yeah, there was no watching those shots in the 10th. I mean, every one of them had the 6 slap out the 10, so it was a beautiful thing. So, so wrap up all 8 games for you. Now that you're done, you've had the highs and the lows and everything like that. Is this something that you feel a little more comfortable with now, actually experiencing bowling on them on a PBA condition too? I mean, that has a little something to do with it. House shot's one thing on string pins, but a PBA condition's entirely another story.
yeah, I mean, I always like numbers, so I'm definitely going to wait to see the full data report after all the regionals have been contested and they're able to put that data together.
Yeah.
So it'll be really interesting for me to see actually the numbers, because you always have those days where even on free fall where you throw it great, you're in the pocket all day, and you just can't get the hits to go your way, and sometimes you have them all go your way. So if I have a little more numbers to back it up, then I think it'll help me adjust to them a little easier than what my eyes saw today, where I feel like for 7 games I'm bowling good and I can't do anything, and then I have one random game where I get every single thing to go my way, and it's just more of a lack of inconsistency. But once I see the numbers and we get the whole field data, and it's kind of that way for everybody, then I think it'll be easier for me and for everybody else to adjust to them as well, because it's definitely different, because they do not pass the eye test at all. And I think that's what makes it so hard, is because growing up, you know what to look for. You know what to look for with your ball and how to create certain hits. But
Right.
these ones, they do completely different things. So it's a whole new thing you have to learn.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the brutal honesty on it because it's like you never know until you actually try it. Now you try it. Now you know my ass got to look a little bit different if when I hit string pins again. Okay, I know what I'm looking for, and but that's what also separates great bowlers like you and the rest of this field from bowlers like me that would just go, okay, I'm just getting bad breaks. I'm not looking for how necessarily my ball is going all the way through the pin deck. Where you absolutely are. So, I appreciate the brutal honesty. Go get some beef and noodles from Mama Tackett, and I'm going to do the same shortly. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Phil.
Appreciate it. All right, that was Ryan Spear. Congratulations on his 300 once again. Got to get that check from Bobby on that one, too. So, yeah. So, but that's the thing about this event is that the bowlers are allowed to give their honest opinion on what they're seeing out here, and they're going to give those honest opinions to the people from QubicaAMF, and they're going to give the honest opinions to Neil Stremel, and that way, the only way that things can be designated correctly is either with brutal honesty or unadjusted statistics, and Neil Stremel's going to have those unadjusted statistics. He's going to be looking at just cold, hard data. It's not going to be subjective. It's going to be objective, and that's what research needs to be, and that's why this is, even though I jokingly call it a research regional, it's actually what it is. So we appreciate everyone that's watched A Squad as we enter the 1 o'clock hour here in Bluffton, Indiana. And we'll be back with B Squad 3 p.m., so a couple hours we'll be back. And there's some serious firepower on that B Squad. As we mentioned, A.J. Johnson, Bailey Maverick, Benjamin Martinez, Brian Robinson, E.J. Tackett, Justin Knowles, Kevin McCune, Kyle Troop, Marshall Kent, Ronnie Russell, Sam Cooley, Zach Tackett, and Zeke Bate. Just some of the names you're going to see on B Squad this afternoon. I'm $2 Phil Bryler. I'm taking you through the weekend with 10 on the Deck Productions. I'd like to thank PJ Bryler for the graphics. I'd like to thank Philly B for the production assistance. That's my joking way of saying we're the one-man crew for you here all weekend long. And appreciate everyone that took the time out today to watch us on PBA YouTube. I want to thank Tom Clark, Carissa Del Bene, everyone at the PBA for bumping us up to the Major League feed here this weekend. We'll see everybody at 3 p.m. Parents, take the kids bowling because they're going to have fun for life. And we'll see you back here in a couple hours.
He's taking a victory lap. He's struck.
We think you cheated, so we need to